point out something important. Sarah has a different colored glass on the end of this pipe. You can see that pretty big contrast in color. Now, it's really hard to tell what color we are working with when we first start working with it. It's so hot that it's going to emit light like lava, as you guys already know. But we're heating up this color until it's completely molten, and we'll drop it on top of that clear bubble. And this basically just creates that overall smooth, even layer of color across the entire piece. So this is how we'll start, and we usually do the color right in the beginning of the process like this. Yeah, so when I said drop that color on top of the clear bubble, I meant quite literally they drop that color down. And then they'll go through the process of pushing and rolling this color back until it covers up that clear completely. So all we would see in the final product is just a smooth, even layer of color. So I just want to point out, we can see the color of the glass changing pretty rapidly already. So it's turning into a green. And yeah, I think that this glass could, no, it's definitely going to be a green. That is a very bright lime green so far. Whenever we're working through the process, I always like to imagine the color subtracted with just a little bit less yellow, and that's usually the final product just because of the light that's being emitted from the piece due to the heat. So it looks like at this point we're just going to sit and let this cool down, and then we'll gather a layer of clear over top of this, maybe 2, maybe 3, depends on how big they want to make this bowl. And these are blown out pretty thin, so they actually don't end up using a ton of material for these pieces. And welcome into the hot shop to those who just joined in. Feel free to sit down wherever if you choose to stick around. And I'll just give you guys a little introduction as to what we're working on. So for anyone who's recently joined and hasn't seen these pieces yet on the front pedestal, this is what we're working on right now. So a nice low bowl shape. And these low bowls are pretty difficult to make. It's a tricky process to make sure that you have a very symmetrical shape. It's hard to open these up properly. But these guys, they've all been working with glass for about 20 to 30 years individually, so they are very experienced. This is our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. You'll see them pretty frequently down on the floor, whether we have visiting artists or if we're working on store items or commissioned pieces even. And over on the right, if anyone is curious, I'm not going to be highlighting this a ton, but we have some hands-on workshops over on the right. So if you sign up for a workshop, you actually come down onto the floor and make your piece over on the right bench usually. And I'm not sure what they're making today. It looks like they're actually blowing these objects out. So it is probably something like a float or like an ornament. Now, before you guys came in, we already got the color for this piece. And right now it's hard to tell. It's just glowing orange from how hot it is. But this is going to end up being a green, it looked like. So yeah, we usually will start our projects on the side bench, and then we'll bring it over to the center bench and actually blow it out and finish it off. Looks like we are letting it cool down for one more layer of clear. And when we're gathering layers of clear on top of our piece at this point, it's mostly to build up mass more than anything else. It's just so that we have more material to work with. We could blow it out more and make it bigger. So for those who haven't seen this yet, this is our glass furnace that we're about to go inside of. This tank with the closed door specifically, this is where we get our molten material. So it's sitting at just about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. It can hold up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass. And we actually keep this on 24/7. It's always running at that same temperature so that we can keep the material, the molten glass, molten all the way through to the same temperature and texture. And when we get a new layer of glass, whether it's colored glass, whether it's clear glass, we'll sit down and we'll use the block, this wooden spoon-shaped tool, to smooth and even everything out. You can see we have a much rounder, more symmetrical shape. And this is all just to make sure the bubble blows out evenly from within this glass. And we do already have a bubble. We got it right in the beginning when we first started. And I know a lot of you guys just joined in, so I want to point out these bowls on the pedestal again. This is exactly what we're working on right now. So they're a nice low bowl shape. And I assume that they will be store items eventually. They'll go out into our store and be sold. Whenever we don't have visiting artists or any special projects, we will try to work on as many store items as we can. Yeah, we always have something going on down here. And once again, just to point out, over on the right, they're doing some hands-on workshops or hands-on experiences. This isn't something I highlight a ton, so if you guys have any questions about that, feel free to ask away. But yeah, they're just making some small blown objects, probably maybe floats or ornaments, I was assuming. But they'll also make things like paperweights and birds and flowers and all sorts of fun stuff. Now, at the center bench, we've gone to using a different tool. So this pad right here is actually just folded up newspaper soaked in water. And I know that sounds pretty surprising to some people, but it's a very commonly used tool, and it's pretty cheap material, and we just don't feel any heat through that pad really whatsoever. It's pretty safe, but this is as close as you'll see glass blowers get to using their hands to shape the glass. And we are blowing this up at the moment. Every once in a while, Gabe gives a little cue, and that tells Sarah to start blowing into the end of the pipe and expand that glass. So the way that these torches work is, well, we keep them constantly lit because we have this knob, it's either on or off. I mean, you can adjust how much gas is coming out, but we can't just reignite it every single time we want to use it, so we just let it run. And there's a button to obviously increase the amount of gas output. And this is called a fluffy torch, usually. We just heat up the general areas of glass. So in this case, we heated up the area he's working with right now, squeezing this line down. And we wanted that extra heat so that we could squeeze this line in a little bit deeper, a little bit faster. And this line that Gabe is creating, this is the jack line. We're using the jacks as 2 metal blades. And this is basically a breaking point. We will take the entire piece off of the pipe from that line later on. So this is something we don't see super often, which I love to point out, but we'll use gravity to shape the glass. And in this case, we held the glass up towards the ceiling, which slumped the glass down onto itself, creating this squatter, wider shape. And this is something we have to do if we want a lower bowl shape like this, or if we want a plate or a rondelle, which are those circular kind of glass windows. So any low shape, we have to start with a low-shaped bubble. And just to orient you a little bit, the bottom of the bowl, the bottom of the piece, is going to be the area that's furthest away from the pipe. So Gabe is going in with a small piece of cane, which is basically just a stick of glass. But the idea of using this is it has these sharp edges to it, and he's trying to mark the bottom and basically create a target for himself to hit. And it looks like Trent's going to be bringing over a bit of clear to be attached right where that target was created. Yeah, pretty satisfying. And this is flattened down completely into basically just this little pad on the bottom of the piece. And this is where we're going to be attaching another pipe with clear glass as an attachment point, and then we'll break the entire piece off of this pipe that it's on right now. And the idea is just to kind of flip the orientation so that we can get access to the other side of the piece. And we still have to flatten the bottom. We want to make sure that this piece sits straight and level on a flat surface. So we're heating up just the bottom of the piece. You can see where that heat is focused. And then we push the bottom in a little bit using a wooden paddle. And we have a variety of wooden tools. Some of you guys came in a little bit too late to see some of them, but we usually work with fruit woods such as cherry wood. And the idea is these can better saturate with water, hold water a little bit better so that they don't burn as much, of course. So this second pipe that we've just brought over, this one is solid all the way through, unlike the one that we were using to actually create the piece itself. It was hollow, so we could actually blow that glass up. And this is called a punty, this second pipe that we're attaching. It's just going to kind of act as a handle so that we can continue to work on it after we've broken it off of that original pipe. And to break a piece off, we'll usually quite literally break that connection. So we're applying some water to thermally shock the glass, which causes small cracks, and then we just tap the pipe to pop it off. Like what's left on the pipe right here. Yeah, so this area of the glass that's connected to that old pipe, that's called a moil, and we can't really reuse that glass because it's a mix of clear and colored glass, so it's no longer pure in either way. So we just dunk this into a bucket of water and then it just pops the rest off, and then we have a clean pipe again to use. Oh, and right here, Gabe is not trying to open the piece up quite yet. He's actually just centering the piece to the pipe on the bottom. So if he notices a high point as he's turning, he'll stop and he'll support the weight on one side and let it kind of fall on center. There's a lot of detail that goes into making a piece of glass, more than you might even imagine. Because if something is just a little bit off center, the entire piece is going to end up off center in the end. Also, something important I want to mention, we have a little event happening today. I think it's supposed to happen around 4 or 5 p.m., but we're going to be seeing a little movie made about an artist who has some work in the gallery right now. And it's going to either happen here in the hot shop or in the theater. We're still kind of figuring out those exact details, but we just had an exhibit open up, Walter Lieberman. He's actually another MC that works here at the Museum of Glass, so my job where we talk on the microphone. But Walt has been working with glass much longer than I have, and he creates these incredible chalk drawings that you'll sometimes see on the floor, and you'll see some in the gallery right now. So please check that out and maybe stop by to see that movie as well. Now at the center bench, we've very lightly opened this piece up and we've brought over a bit of colored glass and wrapped it around the opening of the piece. This is called a lip wrap. It's basically just creating a rim of a different color around the opening of the piece. And this is especially obvious with that blue one on our pedestal. So now we have all the components of our piece and we'll just start to open this up further and further. We'll be using a couple of different tools. So we were preheating a cone-shaped tool. This is called the Sophietta, or a Sophietta. We'll be using it eventually to block off the opening of the piece and give it a light puff of air and round everything back out. So once again, this Sophietta has blocked off the opening to the piece, and we have reinflated that glass. So at a certain point, the way that they start opening the piece up is actually by centrifugal force to a certain level. So when they heat this glass up, they'll bring it to the bench and they'll start spinning it relatively quickly, and they'll just kind of use a tool on the outside to guide it into the exact shape they want. But that spinning is pulling the material outward and creating a more open or wide shape. Yeah, we've seen this with a couple of tools already, but sometimes we will preheat them a little before using. And this is sometimes to prevent any thermal shock, which can cause any rippling or cracking in the glass. And sometimes, for this tool especially, this has wax on it. We're melting that wax so it glides a little bit smoother across the piece. So there's just a few different reasons. So we've heated up the jacks, we've heated up our piece. And same thing, we're spinning it relatively quickly, and this is pushing it into those blades, which we are resting on the outside. And it's going to hopefully conform to the shape of the blades and create a very symmetrical bowl. So I know some of you guys were here for the much earlier parts of the process where we started making the bubble in the first place. And once again, holding that glass up towards the ceiling lets the glass kind of slump down onto itself. And in this case, it's actually pushing the bottom in a little bit more. And this is hopefully just going to make sure the bowl rests very evenly on a flat surface. And they're also sandwiching it between a paddle on the top and the bottom of the bowl, also just straightening this piece completely out. And at this point, it looks like we're getting ready to break this piece off and put it away. we'll usually torch the area where the clear glass is physically on or connected to the pipe until we start to see a little bit of movement at the end of the pipe, right in between the piece and the pipe itself. And that tells us that everything is warm enough to safely break off. Because like earlier, when we break the piece off, we have to apply some water to that connection and actually crack the connection and pop it off. And if the surrounding glass is cold, the cracks will travel through that cold glass. And when we put this piece away, it's most likely going to go inside of the annealer over on the left wall, this large black box. We're applying that water now, and then we'll just tap the pipe and it should pop off into those Kevlar gloves. We'll torch the bottom and maybe even stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo. All right, that piece is done. Let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. Thank you very much. Now, just to describe this box real quick, once again, this is an annealer, and it's going to sit at just about 900 degrees Fahrenheit all day. We'll continuously load it up. Its job is to keep everything warm and then very slowly bring everything down all at once. And this is going to prevent thermal shock. So we won't see these pieces again until tomorrow, but at that point they'll have safely cooled and we can bring them out and put them on our store shelves, for example. Yes, so that's a good question, and I will answer on the microphone because I think there will be some people who are interested in hearing this. But I started blowing glass through a program out here called Hilltop Artists, and there are actually some Hilltop Artist students over on the right, and then we also have an alumni, Trent, and we all started at various ages. You could start as young as 12. I started at 15, and they have after-school clubs, they have during the day electives, they have summer programs, so many different ways to be a part of the program. And it's completely free. It's a really good opportunity. It's in Tacoma specifically. There's one middle school and one high school that have a hot shop in the back of their schools, like in the art building. It's really cool. So if anyone knows anyone of that age, 12 to 18, they can get started in that program. And yeah, I highly recommend it. Yeah, exactly. So the way that we start is we have our blowpipe, of course, and this is usually heated up on the end until it's glowing a little bit. And then we dip this inside of our glass blowing furnace, or our glass furnace, I should say. And it's filled with molten glass inside of a giant ceramic crucible. So we, and if you're wondering even before that, it's silica sand, a little bit of soda ash, a little bit of limestone sort of mixture that we just throw in there and melt down. So it stays hot all the time, yeah. That furnace runs 24/7, and we only have to load it every so often because it holds 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass. So, and each piece that we make is pretty thin, as you can see. So they end up only being like maybe 5 to 10 pounds. Yeah. Yeah, it's basically like getting honey out of a jar. You just kind of stick it in there and then turn, and it follows and sticks around the end of the pipe, creating a ball. Well, actually, if the pipe was too cold, it wouldn't stick to the glass. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, exactly. So the final product was green, and then the lip wrap, I think it was a light pink. Yeah. So those are the final colors of that piece.
Like a jade green and pink lip wrap.
Yeah.
I've been inspired by my son's.
All right, so just to give a little reintroduction as to what we have going on today for any newcomers, welcome into the Hot Shop. We are working on a variety of bowls today. We just finished one not too long ago, maybe like 5 or 10 minutes ago. And yeah, the idea is we're going to see slightly different shapes and sizes and variations of color. And these all are eventually going to go into our store, which, yeah, whenever we don't have visiting artists or specific projects, we'll work on some store items just to make sure that we're keeping those shelves full and things fly off of those shelves. So we have already gotten started. We've gotten our first couple layers of glass. We already have our color for the overall piece. And right now, we're not going to be able to tell what that color is. And the best way to describe this is this glass is so hot, it's radiating light as well as heat, kind of like lava. So it's going to be glowing orange the entire time we work with it until maybe close to the very end. When we start seeing the real color, it'll start cooling down quite a bit. So yeah, we won't be able to see that quite yet. And I'll make sure to kind of talk you guys through the process. I'll also point out that on the right bench, we will be having some hands-on experiences going on today. This isn't something I highlight very much, so if you have any questions about that, feel free to let me know, but there will be people coming down and making things like floats and ornaments and paperweights today. So that's what you can expect from today. And this is our resident hot shop team, by the way, the people on the floor. They work here full time blowing glass. They'll help visiting artists that come through, which happens pretty frequently, to be honest. So the color, I think that they're preheating the color inside of this box right here. This is called the garage, and it sits at just about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, for those who haven't seen this box yet. Yeah, we have to bring our glass up to or down to that temperature to be able to cool it fully or melt it fully. It's kind of a happy medium temperature. And our color starts off as color bar, which, could we have an example of color bar up on the screen, please? Thank you. So luckily we have this nice image to show off, but this is how the color starts. We get it shipped in this form called color bar, and we just attach it to the end of our pipe and melt it down into just a straight up blob, and then drop it down on top of a clear bubble and spread it over top. So we have a layer of color sitting in between layers of clear for this bubble right here. Thank you. So actually, the type of glass blowing that you'll see across most of the US is going to be Italian glass blowing. We use Italian techniques, we use Italian names for our tools and beyond. So yeah, it's pretty similar to Italian style glass blowing. So we've just gathered another layer of clear yet again, and we're using this wooden spoon-shaped tool called a block. The idea of using this tool is to smooth and round everything out. We want everything to be very symmetrical, and we want the heat to be evenly dispersed throughout this entire piece of glass. And this is all just to make sure that the bubble from within all of this glass blows out evenly, which, once again, we do already have a bubble in here. We got it right in the very beginning. So, you know, interestingly enough that you asked me that, there are multiple MCs here at the Museum of Glass. That's my role on the microphone. They call it MCing. Our main MC, I think I would call him our main MC anyways. His name is Walter Lieberman, and we actually just opened up an exhibit about him because he did glassblowing for a long time, and he creates these chalk drawings to educate the audience on different components. Oh, you saw that? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So we just created an exhibit, and it was just opened yesterday. So when you guys go through the galleries, you'll see another MC's work in there, and he has some chalk drawings up on the wall and everything. Yeah, you know what I've found going through engineering classes lately? I'm studying towards an engineering degree, is engineers and artists are very similar when it comes to their minds. They have to be creative, out-of-the-box thinkers. They're always thinking about how to improve something and kind of push their skills and learn new things. There's just so many similarities. So these guys are artists and engineers, in my opinion. So this fluffy torch, this torch that we have in the back, we'll use it to apply heat to specific areas of the glass. In this case, we were heating up this area right next to the pipe in preparation for making the jack line, which we're doing right now. So these two metal blades, the jacks, we're squeezing down into the glass, and this is creating a breaking point. So later on, when we're ready, we'll break the entire piece off from this line. And I think you guys didn't get to see what we're making yet today. So for the newcomers, I just want to point out these bowls on the front pedestal right here. We're going to see a variety of bowls made in the hot shop today, different colors, slightly different shapes and sizes. And so we're making another bowl right now. And yeah, I'm not quite sure what the color of this one is yet. We'll kind of find out together later on. And yes, I know the blowing part of the glass blowing can be really easy to miss. It happens super quickly. We actually have to blow a lot softer than you might imagine. Otherwise, the glass blows out too thin and our piece can collapse on itself or break or burst. And so Sarah's been blowing into the end of the pipe right here. And you can always tell when we're working hollow versus solid. The pipe will have a triangular or pointed mouthpiece on the end versus just a stubby flat end for the solid pipes. So before we even start making anything, if we just pull out a pipe, you could kind of tell which direction we're going. And next, Gabe goes in with a piece of cane, and basically is just scratching a small circle onto the very end of the piece, creating a target for himself. And Trent comes over with a bit of clear, and this is attached right to the center of the bottom of our piece. And just to point out, this is going to end up being the bottom of the bowl right here. So Sarah is preparing another pipe with some clear glass on the end as basically just an attachment point, so that clear glass isn't going to end up being a part of the final product. And it'll be attached to the center of the bottom of the bowl. And that basically is just going to act as a second handle. They'll break it off of the pipe that it's on right now. And that's why we're adding this pad of clear, I assume. We're just making sure that the bottom stays safe and protected when we break that pipe away as well later on. So next we bring over this second pipe, and just as I mentioned earlier, this one is not a blowpipe, it has that flat end to it. And this is just going to act as a second handle as we break the pipe off of its, break the piece off of its original pipe. And we've seen this glass cool down quite a bit at this point, so we can see at this point it's a gray, by the way, just to point that out. So the first one we made earlier today took about 45 minutes or so. And as they continue making things throughout the day, they get a little bit faster and faster. So these could end up taking down to probably about 30 minutes each if they really get into the flow of things. Oh, looks like this one cracked as it came off of that pipe. So sadly, those cracks are deep and long enough that it's irreparable. So we are going to throw this piece of glass away, have to restart on a new piece. Yeah, it could have been the color, it could have been the temperature, it can be a variety of reasons that something like that would happen, but it's not a huge deal. These guys make so many pieces in a day. And I think this is a good time to show off some things that these artists have made. So these guys, once again, just to point out to any newcomers, these are our resident Hot Shop team members down on the floor here. And we do technically have a couple more people that tend to work on the floor regularly as well, but these are the people who we have today. And they all usually will help visiting artists that come through. They'll make store items like they are today, but they are also individual artists on their own, and they make a lot of their own work whenever they can. So I guess let's start off by showing off Gabe's work. Gabe is the one who's been sitting and working for the most part at the center bench. And he works with both solid and blown components for his pieces of glass. And you'll see this slideshow up on the screen. This is going to play some of Gabe's work. Yeah, I'm just going to go through and highlight each of this artist's work. Yeah, Gabe plays around with texture quite a bit with his pieces, which in turn plays around with light quite a bit, the way that it refracts and reflects and goes through the glass. So we are restarting already. We're heating up a piece of color bar, which is that long rod of colored glass on the end of Sarah's pipe. And the way that we use this color is we'll create a clear bubble on another pipe, and then we'll completely melt down this solid color and drop it on top of that clear bubble and spread it over top, completely covering it. So if you look at the cross section of blown pieces of glass, if you were to cut something open, you'd see almost these rings where we have clear glass and then the color and then clear glass maybe 2 or 3 more times again, depending on the piece. So we're at the point now where we have completely melted that color, so we're able to quite literally drop it down onto that clear bubble. And we'll go through the process of pushing and rolling this color back until it completely covers up that clear. We can't see through that anymore. And for anyone who has recently joined in, just to point out these bowls on the front pedestal again. So these are right along the lines of what we're working on today. We're just making a variety of colors of bowls and slight variety in shape and size as well. So we'll see various bowls being made throughout the day today. I think till about at least 3:30 to 5 p.m. We have an event that's going to be happening this evening. It might be at 4, might be at 5. We're still figuring it out exactly, but I'm excited to mention that the event that is happening tonight is specifically relating to an exhibit that we just opened, Walter Lieberman. And there's a movie that was created about him and his artwork and his chalk drawings. He's another educator here. He also talks on the microphone kind of like I do. So it's pretty big that he has an exhibit in the galleries. So we gathered a layer of clear from our glass furnace. And once again, this is mostly to build up mass more than anything else. We're using a block, this wooden spoon shape tool, to smooth and even everything out before we move on and actually start blowing this piece up. And I didn't mention to the newcomers, but we do have some hands-on experiences, hands-on workshops going on over on the right bench. So just to mention that if anyone was curious, but I think you can ask the front desk about these and sign up for some yourself. I think that the slots are all taken up today. They tend to be taken up pretty quickly, but yeah, you are able to actually come down on the floor and make something yourself. Today they are making some floats. Also, yes, every now and then we do spray some water into the glass furnace, and it does evaporate almost instantly, but the idea is to break any air bubbles that have risen to the surface of the glass so that we don't get those air bubbles in our next layer of clear or in our piece in general. And earlier I showed off one of our artists' works, like their individual works. So I want to continue along and show off some more of our artists' work just to make sure you guys see it throughout the day. And just keep in mind that these guys are individual artists, even though they are making some store items today. They make really professional works of their own. So let's show off some of Sarah's work next. So eventually there will be a slideshow popping up on the screen. And there it is. So up on the screen is a slideshow showing off some of Sarah's artwork. Now something that I find really interesting about this work is there's a lot of cold working done with this glass. So there's working in the hot shop, and then there's cold working. Cold working, as it sounds, you work with the glass while it's cold. There's various pieces of equipment that can be used to etch and grind and cut into the glass. And Sarah will layer black and white glass commonly, and then etch through, grind through to reveal that second color underneath, which creates really interesting contrast. And she actually had some work along with many other artists up at Goblet Week, which those goblets were snagged immediately. So at this point, we're starting to blow it up a little bit, shape it a little bit. And this pad that Gabe has been using pretty continuously, this is actually just folded up newspaper soaked or splashed with water. That's all this material is. And this is as close as we'll get to using our hands to shape the glass. This is our fluffy flame or fluffy torch. We're using it to heat up the area right next to the pipe. And we do leave these constantly lit. A lot of people ask me why we just leave them on like this. And it's just mostly for convenience. We can reach back and grab it at any point instead of having to turn the gas back on and then reignite it every time. Yeah, it's a little bit of a process. Not a terrible one, but still. And now that we have heated up the glass in the correct areas, we're going in with the jacks, these two metal blades, and creating the jack line, which is basically a divot pretty close to the pipe, and where we'll later on break the entire piece off of the pipe. And next, Gabe is going in with a piece of cane, which is basically just a stick of colored glass. And he's using the sharp end of it to etch a small circle right on the very end of the bubble. Basically just creating a target for himself so he could see the center better. And Trent comes over with a bit of clear, and this is pushed or applied right inside of that target. And then Gabe just flattens this out with the back of his jacks, or the strap of the jacks. And after heating this just one more time, Gabe is using a wooden paddle to push the bottom in a little bit. Just kind of flatten the bottom so that it sits straight and even on a flat surface such as the table. And welcome to those who just joined in. Today we're making a variety of bowls in the hot shop. We'll see a variety of shapes and sizes as well as colors. And this is technically our third bowl that we're working on. Right now, Gabe is just working on keeping it warm at the center bench, while a second pipe with some clear glass as basically an attachment point is being prepared over on the left bench. So eventually that'll be brought over and attached right to the center of the bottom of this bubble where they have that little pad of clear. So that pipe has been attached. And the next step would be applying some water to the jack line, which if you weren't here for that, it's this divot very close to the original pipe. And this water is cracking the glass enough for it to pop off when they tap the pipe. And just like that, we have a clean break. And we've successfully flipped the orientation of the piece. So now we can start working on the opening and slowly open this piece up, finish our bowl off. Now one other detail to these pieces is that they've been creating a lip wrap for each of them as well, which is basically just this rim of a different color all the way around the opening. So they'll probably start preparing that now as well. There's a lot of multitasking, and this is why we have at least 2 benches that we work at a time. So after heating up basically just the front half of the piece, Gabe is widening this just slightly while a wooden paddle is being pushed against the opening to kind of smooth and round that opening out. And then immediately that second color is brought over and lightly attached to the opening of the piece. And then as they turn that pipe away from them, that color pulls and is added all the way around the opening. So there we have our lip wrap. And they always apply it before they finish opening the bowl up. As you can see, it's a little bit thick, it's a little bit uneven. There's kind of no avoiding this. And so as we open it up, it's going to smooth itself out, round itself out, and kind of fix itself up. So it looks like first they're just trying to smooth and even that color out. Then they'll start to slowly open this piece up. And we'll use a variety of tools to do this. We'll use this cone-shaped tool here called the Sophietta. And that cone will block off the opening to the piece. And then the other end is a mouthpiece, which we blow inside of to slightly expand the piece again. So they've just brought that Sophietta over and push it into the opening and gave it a puff of air. So this is very much so rounded the glass back out. And those two blades that Gabe was just using, those are actually the Pachofis. And these are two wooden blades. Unlike the metal blades that we were using earlier, these are really gentle on the glass, so we can actually push the tips of these blades on the inside of the piece and widen it from the inside, which is especially helpful for making low bowl shapes. It's basically impossible to make this shape. Well, I don't know. I could be saying whatever, but it's really, really hard to make those without Pachofis. Yeah, once again, at the later parts of the bowl making process, you could see that they're not really working from the inside of the piece anymore. They're instead heating this glass up and using a tool on the outside and just spinning rather quickly to flare or push the glass out from centrifugal force, which is pushing it into that tool and creating hopefully exactly the shape they want. So still working from the outside of the piece. Once again, we're using centrifugal force and flaring the glass into the blades, pushing the glass into the blades. And yeah, this glass is so hot and so thin. It looks like Gabe maybe applied a little too much pressure, so it created a small divot. But once again, just flaring that glass outward, they were able to push it back out. And this time we've set up some rollers. So to keep the piece more symmetrical, we're just going to be rolling in one spot instead of back and forth across the bench, which should definitely help with symmetricality. We also are sandwiching the piece between two wooden paddles, which is supposed to straighten everything out. So at this point, we're getting ready to break the piece off fully and put it away. We'll always torch this area where the glass is connected to the pipe until we start to see a little bit of movement in that connection. And that tells us that it's warm enough and safe enough to apply water and break it off. And you'll see Trent getting suited up in these Kevlar gloves. So we're now breaking it off. Once again, applying a little bit of water just at the very end of the pipe, and then we'll tap the pipe and hopefully that just pops the piece cleanly off. And it looks like that was a clean break. They torch the bottom to get rid of leftover sharp ends that might remain, and then this goes inside of the annealer, which will hold it at just about 900 degrees Fahrenheit until we press a button, and then everything inside cools down altogether very slowly, preventing thermal shock. Let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. Thank you, everyone. So that was our second bowl we finished today. I know that there are a few new people who join in here and there, so I want to mention we've been making a variety of bowls today. And I've also been highlighting our individual artists' work off and on just to show you guys their professional work. These are some store items that they're making, which they do as frequently as they can in between visiting artists. But these guys do make their own art on the side as well. And I haven't shown off Trent's artwork, so let's have Trent's artwork up on the screen next, please. Yeah, could I have Trent's artwork up on the screen, please? Thank you. So up on the screen now, there's a slideshow going. Yeah, Trent's a local artist, and he's actually been on the Netflix show Blown Away. It's a competitive glass blowing show. I think some of you guys, I'm sure, have heard of it. It's very satisfying to watch. And once again, welcome to anyone who recently joined in. Today we're going to be making a variety of bowls in the hot shop, which we do have a couple examples on the left pedestal over here. Just a couple of examples. We've made 2 so far today. We'll just continue to make as many as we can. And I believe these are going into the Museum of Glass store eventually, so you'll be able to see them on the shelves. And yeah, we'll just see a variety of different shapes, and there's slightly different sizes and also varieties of colors. And speaking of colors, Sarah has a bit of colored glass on the end of her pipe up on the screen or over on the left bench. And she's getting this ready, shaping it in such a way and heating it up very thoroughly. Eventually, this will be dropped on top of a small clear bubble that Trent has made at the center bench. Oh, and I didn't mention, but if anyone's curious, over on the right, we've been doing some hands-on workshops all day today. And this is something we do every month, and something you can sign up for if you'd like. But I think we might be full today. They're making some floats over there, which are basically these hollow orbs with a stamp on the end. And up on the screen, once again, our view of the left bench, we completely melted that color down and dropped it successfully on top of that clear bubble. And we'll now go through the process of rolling and pushing this color back until it completely covers up that clear. So after letting this colored layer of glass cool down, we're going inside of our glass furnace and getting our next layer of clear. And this is mostly just to build up some mass for the piece overall more than anything else. So each time we go inside of there, getting that fresh layer of clear. And yes, this is basically the texture of honey. It's sitting at just about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit inside of that tank. And right after getting that layer of clear, we sit down and start using a block, which is this wooden spoon-shaped tool. We'll smooth and even this layer of glass out, just making sure the bubble blows out evenly from within all this glass. That's the main purpose of using the block. And we haven't seen this very often today, but this is a pipe cooler that we're using. It's basically just a trough of water that we'll set the pipe down into, which is why sometimes you'll see steam rising and a lot of hissing noise as that water evaporates. So now we can handle the pipe a lot further up and closer to the glass, which does give us better leverage against the glass, makes it feel a lot lighter. And once again, same as earlier, we're going to sit and let this cool down a little bit, and then we'll gather a layer of clear over top of this as well. And welcome to those who just joined us in the hot shop. I wanted to introduce real quick what we have going on. So we do technically have two different things happening on the floor today, but I'll mostly be focusing at the center bench here where we have our resident hot shop team. These guys work here full time and they'll make items for the store like they are today. They'll help visiting artists that come through, which happens very frequently. And they'll work on basically just a whole variety of things. We always have something going on the hot shop floor. And today we are working on making some of these bowls, which you can see a couple of examples on the left pedestal over here. We're just making a variety of slightly different shapes and different colors in each of them. And yeah, we're just going to make as many as we can today. So at the center bench, we have quite a bit of glass on the end of our pipe. We'll start blowing this up and shaping it pretty soon. And it's really hard to tell what the color is right now. We'll kind of have to wait till it cools down. Later on, we'll be able to see the color a little bit better depending on what that color is. And next, Gabe is going in with the jacks, these two metal blades, squeezing down right next to the pipe. And this is basically just creating a breaking point. So later on, once we blow this piece out quite a bit more and shape the bottom up, then we will break the entire piece off from this line. And yes, this glass is radiating so much heat that we'll frequently use these wooden paddles as shields more than anything else. So we're shielding Gabe's hand and arm from the heat that's coming off of the piece itself. So Gabe took a piece of cane, and the sharp end was used to basically scratch a small circle into the end of the bubble. And this is just creating a target for him to hit so that this pad of clear, this bit of clear that was brought over, was attached right in the center. And then this is flattened down to create this little pad of clear on the very bottom of our piece. And this is where we're going to be attaching another pipe later on. And then eventually that pipe will have to be broken away as well when we completely finish the piece. And to not break away the bottom of the piece, we will attach a pad. And next, Gabe is going to flatten the bottom of the piece just a little bit more so that this bowl sits flat on a table. And while he's doing this and just keeping the glass warm for the most part, Sarah's going to be preparing that second pipe, basically with just a little clear attachment on the end that'll be attached to the bottom of this piece. So that punty has been prepared and brought over. Punty being this second pipe with a little bit of clear attachment. And to fully break this piece away, they apply a little bit of water to that connecting point and then tap the pipe. So the idea behind that, the water is supposed to create these cracks from thermal shock, and then tapping the pipe sends a vibration to those cracks, and it basically just pops the piece right off. And the reason we kept torching the piece in certain areas is to make sure that those cracks wouldn't travel anywhere else, and they would just stay right where they were placed. If the surrounding glass is cold, those cracks will travel pretty quickly. And today I've been kind of highlighting some of these artists' works on and off. And my explanation behind this is we frequently see these guys down on the hot shop floor, our resident team, these three, but they are usually helping visiting artists with their own designs, their own work, or they'll be making store items like they are today, or working on commission pieces. We don't frequently get to see their own professional artwork, so I've just been making sure to highlight their work every once in a while today. And let's show Gabe's work off again. Just cycle through the 3. So eventually a slideshow will pop up on the screen showing off some of Gabe's artwork. And Gabe is the one who's been sitting and working at the center bench for the most part. Can I have Gabe's artwork, please? All right, so now we have that slideshow up on the screen. And you can see that Gabe plays around a lot with texture and pattern, in turn, which plays with light quite a bit, which is really interesting. So some of these pieces have a lot of sculptural components as well as blown components. And back at the center bench, we have opened up this piece just a little bit and smoothed that opening out, kind of rounded that opening out. Basically getting ready for the lip wrap, which Trent has just brought over. Could we have a view of the center bench again, please? And this lip wrap, basically the way it works, they bring a bit of color over it, they lightly touch it down on the opening, and then as they turn away, it just follows all the way around. And you have to make sure that both pieces of glass are hot for this. So the quote-unquote cold piece of glass, the body, is probably just at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, maybe a little bit warmer. And then the molten bit is upwards of 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, just about. Yeah, when the glass is completely molten, it's at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, and we're usually getting it right out of the glass furnace, which is the tank with the closed door. So they're working on smoothing and rounding this color back out, and then eventually they'll be able to start just fully opening this up into a bowl, which, yes, once again, for those who have just joined in, we are working on a variety of bowls today, kind of like what you see on the front pedestal right here. And all of these are just taking on slightly different shapes and sizes, and of course different colors for each of these pieces. And these are going to eventually go into the Museum of Glass store, so you can expect to see them on the shelves. This cone-shaped tool that was just used, this is a Sophietta. The cone blocks off the opening to the piece, and there's a mouthpiece on the opposite end that we use to reinflate the piece. So we have this much rounder shape than we had just a few seconds ago. Also, I did point this out to some people earlier, but we use a lot of Italian glassblowing techniques and names and tools, so the Sophietta is a good example of one of those who just use the Italian name for it. And these two blades are made of wood instead of those metal blades we were using earlier. These are the Pachofis, and we'll kind of use the tips of these blades and push from the inside of the piece to slowly widen it widen it from the inside. And this is how we can achieve these really low shapes. It's really hard to make those low shapes without Pachofis. This is when the project really starts to pick up speed. So at this point, they're going to start heating the glass up, and instead of pushing from the inside to widen it, they're more so just turning the pipe fast enough that it's causing centrifugal force. It's pulling or pushing the glass outward into our tool. And the tool is just there to make sure that the glass is conforming to the exact size and shape that we want, more than anything else. We don't want it to be uncontrollable. So same process as earlier. We're using centrifugal force to flare this glass outward, but we're using the jacks on the outside now, so just a little bit more pressure on the outside, a little bit more of an exact shape. And we're sandwiching the bowl in between two wooden paddles to straighten it out at the same time. And we're doing the same thing, but this time we have the rollers attached to the bench. So instead of rotating the piece back and forth across the bench, we're rotating it in one spot, which really helps make the piece more symmetrical. So this is done a little bit later in the process. So we're using this fluffy torch again. We're heating up the very bottom of the piece, and based off of the last couple pieces we made, I believe that they're going to slump the glass down, kind of push the bottom in a little bit more, make it a little bit more concave in the bottom. And this is going to help it sit flatter on a surface. If you guys know a little bit about glass blowing, if you have the bottom of the piece completely flat, it's not actually completely flat. If there's any small errors or anything, it's going to rock around on the table. But if you have some sort of divoted shape on the bottom, it's just going to sit on that ring on the bottom, basically. And it's going to sit much, much flatter. It's not going to move at all. So that's why there's always a little bit of a divot in the bottom of blown pieces. And at this point, we're heating up the very end of the pipe itself. We're supposed to heat this until we see a little bit of movement in the connection itself, not inside of the piece or anywhere else, just inside of that connection. And then we'll apply some water and break the piece off and put it away. And Trent's already suited up. The way that we usually break pieces off, we break them off at the bench and then somebody carries them to be put away. And this lets them torch the bottom to get rid of any sharp ends and to make sure that the glass is happy and those cracks don't travel anywhere. So to break the piece off just like earlier, we get a little bit of water on our tweezers and apply it to the very end of the pipe. And then a tap at the pipe. And it looks like that was a clean break, so let's give them a round of applause for finishing that bowl. And once again, we just torch the bottom lightly and then we set it aside in the annealer. This large box will sit at just about 900 degrees Fahrenheit all day as we continuously fill it up. And then we press a button and everything very slowly cools all at once, which is the annealing process. And this is all just to prevent thermal shock. We do so much to prevent thermal shock, both during the creation and after the creation. So that was one of our bowls. And just to point out, once again, we'll be making these all day to try to get a nice variety of them. So it looks like we'll be switching it up for the last 30 minutes before our lunch. So they're going to make a cup, it sounds like. Usually it's something like this when they say a cup. Like a twisted cup or something that's basically a simpler or shorter step goblet, for example. So we'll see what they make. And if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to ask away. Yep, so it sounds like they'll be making a twisty cup, just as I thought. So once again, we're going to go through the process of getting these three-dimensional ridges on the cup. And this is done using a kind of a textured mold. It's textured on the inside with just these straight ridges. And then they actually twist the glass before they fully blow it up and turn it into a cup. And then we should also see a pink lip wrap as well, I was told. So Gabe has already blown a small clear bubble, and immediately after creating this bubble, this is stuffed inside of a mold on the floor. Once again, this is one of our mini optic molds. Has all these ridges on the inside, right from the top to the bottom. So now we have those ridges on the side of our bubble. And next he sits down and starts holding on to the end of the glass and just turning in one direction, twists the glass, creating those spiraling ridges, hence the name Twisty Cup. Now you'll notice that this is all done super quickly, and this isn't just to show off or anything. It has to be done quickly, otherwise we melt those ridges away and we don't have that physical texture anymore on the surface of our glass. And then flattening the bottom with a wooden paddle. So now we have the lower half of our Twisty Cup complete. And they'll keep this relatively cold. Gabe is not trying to work with it any further right at this moment. Soon they'll attach a pipe right to the center of the bottom of the cup and then break it off of this pipe. That way they can open up the opening a little bit wider and finish it off. So Gabe lightly opens this up with a pair of jacks, those two metal blades. And once again, we should be seeing a lip wrap for this particular twisty cup. So pretty soon they'll probably come over with a bit of colored glass and they'll wrap it around the opening of the piece. It looks like they're going to trim some of that excess glass off. This could be because the opening is a little bit uneven. Could be because the glass is a little bit thick. They are perfectionists. They've been working with glass for 20 to 30 years individually, so they see things that we don't. So they've just brought that bit of glass over. I know it's a little hard to see, but they've just lightly touched it down onto the lip of the piece, or the opening of the piece. And then as they turn, it follows all the way around and creates that rim of color. So now they can open this up like they normally would any cup and finish it off. So this cup has been finished off. We're applying a little bit of water right to the end of the pipe to knock it off. And torching the bottom, just make sure the bottom stays happy, those cracks don't travel anywhere, and there's no sharpness that remains. And then this is put inside of the annealer as well. So even for really thin pieces of glass like this, we want to slowly cool them overnight for about 8 to 12 hours inside of that box. So that was our twisty cup done. Thank you. Yeah, Trent's thinking about pulling something out of a bit of glass, kind of like these pulled ponies or pulled horses. He also makes swans and other sculpted things on the end of the pipe.
I've always thought of Walter as sort of the Van Gogh of the studio glass movement, this sort of unsung. He was always pushing the limits of what glass could do and the way it communicated with people.
He's
All right, welcome into the hot shop, everyone. I'm going to give a little overview as to what we have going on. So if anyone was here earlier, you might remember we're working on a variety of bowls today in the hot shop, such as what you're seeing right here on the front pedestal. And the people who are making these bowls, they are our resident hot shop teams. They work here full time. They'll help visiting artists that come through. They'll make store items like they are today. And they also do create their own individual professional work, which I've been showing off intermittently today as well. So if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to just grab my attention and let me know. But otherwise, I'll just kind of follow along with what they're doing and explain what's going on in the hot shop. Also, we do have something big coming up today. I think at 4 or 5 p.m., we're still trying to figure out the exact details. We're going to be showing off a short movie that was made about Walt Lieberman. And we have an entire exhibit of some of his work right now as well. You might have seen it if you went through the galleries already. And yeah, Walt is another MC right now, like I am. We talk on the microphone and educate the audience, but he has worked with glass much longer. He's talked and educated much longer than I have. And he also creates these really impressive chalk drawings that go along with his education. So you can expect to see that movie, I think either in the hot shop or in the movie theater. I think it's seeming like it'll be in the movie theater. So just keep an ear open, keep an eye out. Oh, and separate from the hot shop team, we have a hands-on experience sort of thing going on over on the right bench. So this is something we do at least once a month. We'll have people come down on the floor and they've paid to actually make their own piece of glass. And today they're making some floats, which are basically these blown glass orbs with a stamp on the bottom, basically, to kind of seal that opening off. So that's what we're seeing over there. And I don't highlight it very much, so if you have questions about that, let me know. But I'll just be following these guys around. So our first step in creating one of these bowls is to get the color. So over on the left bench, Sarah's been heating up and working with a solid piece of colored glass through and through. Yeah, we get it shipped in already basically the same shape that she has right here. It's called Color Bar. And it's different metals, oxides, minerals mixed into the glass to get the colors, by the way. We just melt it down and then we use it. And at the same time, Trent is going to create a small clear bubble. And yes, that furnace, this large tank we just used, I should point that out. This is where we get all of our molten material, all of our molten clear glass to even start off. And it sits at just about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, and it runs 24/7 at that temperature to make sure the glass is molten in the same temperature all the way through whenever we need it. So Trent's sitting there, he's letting this bubble get pretty cold. We want the color to be completely molten and this bubble to be pretty cold so that we can actually push and move that color around without altering the shape of that bubble underneath very much. And this is how we get the color on the glass in the first place. So we quite literally drop the molten color on top, and then we'll go through the process of pushing and rolling that color back until it covers up that clear. And just to show off once again, this is what creates that really smooth, even layer of color across the entire piece. So any piece you see in the galleries or anything that have that seemingly solid color through and through, it's actually just a layer of color sandwiched between layers of clear. And just to point out, this middle table we're using, this is called a marver, and we do have these throughout the hot shop in various places. We use them to shape the glass. Sometimes we'll use them to cool the glass in certain areas as well. Touching any metal tool to hot glass is going to suck heat out of it and make it a little bit more solid or stiff, or just not want to blow out very much in that direction. And we can use that to our advantage to blow bubbles out in a very specific way. And then we sit and let this cool down. This is a nozzle blowing some compressed air, so just kind of like blowing on a hot piece of food. And we will gather another layer of clear over top of this to start building up some mass for our piece. We'll usually do this probably about 2 or 3 times for a medium-sized piece. So we've just moved over to the center bench where we will be working with the glass for the most part. We'll always start our side projects on the side bench and then bring it over. Not sure why we do that, but that's just a pattern or a trend I've noticed. And we're using a block right now, which is this wooden spoon-shaped tool, to kind of smooth and even out this surface or this layer of clear we just got. Could we have a view of the center bench, please? Thank you. And yes, just to point out, I get questions. This block, this wooden spoon shape tool, once again, this is kept in a bucket of water. It's kept fully saturated through and through. And this is supposed to create a layer of steam in between the wooden tool and the surface of the glass, which is both preventing the glass from being thermally shocked and also preventing the wooden tool from being burned very much anyways. Yeah, so we haven't used this quite yet, but we leave it constantly lit because we have to turn the gas on and then ignite it whenever we want to use it, and that'll just be inconvenient to do in the middle of the process. But we will eventually use it to preheat some tools. We'll use it to heat up certain sections of the glass instead of the entire thing overall. And so, yeah, just any kind of focused heat, we'll use that torch for it. And it does get much larger, by the way. You press a button and it's kind of loud too. Kids think it's really fun. So I just want to point out for anyone that's recently joined, once again, we already have a layer of color within this glass. And you could at first kind of see that layer of separation where the clear was kind of on top of the color. But now that we're starting to blow this out, that layer of separation is going to become smaller and smaller until you just basically won't even notice it anymore. So now we're starting to really blow this out, and Gabe is starting to shape the glass and kind of guide the bubble using this pad. And guess what? This is actually just folded up newspaper that we've splashed or soaked with water. I know, very odd tool, but it's pretty cheap material, so if we need new ones, just fold up a stack of newspaper, then we can use it again. And this is an example of us needing to use this torch. So we're heating up kind of the shoulder area of the glass near the pipe, and this is where we're going to be working next. So next, Gabe is going in with the jacks, which are these two metal blades, and he's squeezing down right where he was heating earlier, right next to the pipe. This is creating the jack line, or basically a breaking point. So when we finish kind of the lower half of the bowl later on, we'll break the entire piece off of this pipe and onto a different pipe. And we do use these wooden paddles for flattening the glass, which is why they're pretty burnt up, but we use them for shielding even more. So we're shielding Gabe's hand and arm from the heat that's radiating off of the piece. Which I didn't mention a ton about color, but this glass is not necessarily orange. It's just glowing because of how hot it is. It's kind of like lava. So when this cools down, we'll see the true color better. I mean, it still could be orange, but we'll just have to wait and see. Yeah, so it's looking like this glass is going to be a green, maybe. Yeah, I think that's what I saw earlier. Earlier, it cooled down enough that we could just barely see that color. We also do quite a bit of gravity shaping in the hot shop. Usually this is in the form of hanging the glass down to create a longer shape for a vase or a cup or a cylinder. But today we've been creating a lot of low shapes. And to get that low shape, we actually have to hold the bubble up, and the glass will slump down onto itself and create a squatter, wider shape. And this is a piece of cane. Gabe is just using the sharp end to mark a small circle on the bottom, basically just giving himself a target to hit. And you'll see why in a second. So Trent has just brought over a bit of clear, and this will be attached right in the center of the bottom of the bubble, or right where that target was created. And this is just going to create a pad of clear glass on the very bottom of the bowl. This is where we're going to be attaching another pipe later on. So that bit of clear has been flattened out, and Gabe has also flattened the bottom with a wooden paddle. And he also did something that is interesting. He's taken a tool and he's pushed the bottom in enough that it's kind of concave. And we actually do this with a lot of blown pieces. You'll notice if you pick up something in the store, for example, they all have that slight concave bottom. This actually makes it sit flatter than if you were to just try to completely straight flatten the bottom. Usually you can't be perfect, and then it's going to have a teeny tiny little bit of wobble to it. So Sarah has prepared the punty, which is basically a second pipe that we bring over and attach to the piece somewhere. For blown pieces, we usually want them perfectly symmetrical, so we attach it right to the center, the bottom of the piece. And we will go in with a little bit of water and apply that to the jack line, which you might remember is that divot we created earlier. This is going to crack that connection enough for it to pop off with a tap of the pipe. So just like that, we have flipped the orientation of our piece, so now we can start working on the top half of our bowl and opening this up. And we do have one important detail we've been adding to all these bowls today, which is a lip wrap. So a rim of a separate or different color, and that's probably being prepared right now by Trent over on the left. So we can't quite see this, but Gabe is heating up mostly just the front half of the bowl. We don't want to heat up everything all at once at this point, otherwise we start to see a lot of movement in that connection, and then we lose our shape for the lower half. So he's just going to open this up a little bit. Sarah's going to push a paddle against the opening, which is flattening and rounding it out. And then Trent comes over with that bit of color basically immediately, and this is wrapped around the opening of the piece. So now we have all the components for this bowl, and we can start to open it up even further. And we will use a variety of tools to do this. We don't often see a couple of them, so I will point them out when they use them. So it looks like first we're going in with the jacks, these two metal blades, which you saw these earlier. And eventually we will be using this Sophietta, which is this cone-shaped tool. The cone blocks off the opening to the piece, and there's a mouthpiece on the other end that we use to reinflate the glass, so we have a much rounder, wider shape already. We used all those tools in one go. And then we used the Pachofis, which they look similar to the jacks, but instead of having metal blades, we have wooden blades. So this is what we'll be using, I think for the most part, on the inside of the piece. That and centrifugal force, which is an outward pulling force from spinning the glass pretty quickly. So each time you'll notice they're getting the glass hot enough that it starts to basically warp. And this is going to be helpful to them later on. Once they get it open enough, they'll be able to just use that centrifugal force and all that heat and slowly widen this. So the idea of the Pachofis, by the way, these two wooden blades, is that we can use the tips of them, push them on the inside wall of the bowl, and kind of slowly widen it from the lower portion of the bowl upward. We can't do this with the jacks, the metal blades, because there's such fine, sharp points that are going to gouge and scrape into the glass. So just as I mentioned earlier, once again, we're using that centrifugal force to flare the glass outward into the metal blades. Oh, and we're using wooden paddles to sandwich the glass in between, just to straighten everything out while we are working on that outer wall. And I believe I overheard them saying that they're going to set up some rollers. So there are these rollers that they attach to the bench, and this spins the pipe in just one spot instead of back and forth across the bench, which then they just have to chase it with the tool over and over again. So this is going to really help make this piece more symmetrical. So this is the part where they usually start to fix up the bottom. Whenever making bowls, sometimes they pull away from the pipe a little bit, and then you end up having a flat or even opposite of concave. Why can't I think of the word for opposite of concave shape on the bottom? Convex, there we go, thank you. Convex shape. So we're going to heat up just the bottom a little bit, and then we're going to make it concave again. Just push it in a little bit. And to make the bottom concave again, they actually just hold the bowl up towards the ceiling. And Gabe can fix any unevenness with this paddle. And if they're happy with that shape, then we start getting ready to break it off, which we want to focus the heat when we're getting ready to break it off just where that clear glass is connected on the pipe. We don't want to heat up the bowl itself anymore, otherwise when we put it away, it's going to start changing shape inside of the annealer. And Trent is getting suited up in these Kevlar gloves and face shield. This is going to allow him to hold on to this piece of glass once they break it off, and then lean into this 900 Fahrenheit box to put it away. And to break this piece off, we apply some water right to the very end of the pipe, cracking that connection. And we will tap the pipe, and hopefully it'll just pop cleanly off into those Kevlar gloves. And then we'll torch the bottom to get rid of any sharpness, make sure that the cracks stay right where they were put. And that was a clean break. All right, let's give them a round of applause for finishing that bowl. Thank you. And once again, this is the annealer, and it's going to have to sit in this box until we're done for the day, which then we just press a button and everything slowly cools all together. And this is all just to prevent thermal shock. So we won't see that piece again for about 12 hours, and they will eventually be up on the store shelves here at the museum. So we will continue working on bowls at the left and center bench, getting started on the next one now. And I just want to reintroduce what's going on the floor in general for anyone who's recently joined. So over on the right, I just wanted to point out, I'm not talking about this too much, but we have some hands-on experiences going on over on the right, and this is something you guys can sign up for if you ask the front desk. But yeah, you come down on the floor and you make something small. Today they're making floats, which are these hollow orbs with a stamp on the bottom. And they've been making those all day. And yeah, we've been making bowls all day, the hot shop team that works here full time. Whenever we don't have something specific that they have to do, they'll usually make store items because they don't have the opportunity to very often. So already at the center bench, Trent has created a small clear bubble. And at the same time, Sarah over on the left bench has been melting down and working with some solid colored glass. And this started as something called color bar, which it's as it sounds, it's a bar-shaped bar-shaped piece of glass that is colored. So the way we use it is we completely melt it down and then we drop it on top of a clear bubble like Trent has just made. And this creates a layer of colored glass within the piece. So this blue is within at least 2 or 3 layers of clear glass. So it turns out that they're actually going to be making a different shape with this piece this time. They call it a cooling tower, I believe, but it's kind of a flat bottom, flat top, but it's got like a waist to it almost. So not an hourglass shape where it's curved on either end, but completely flat top and bottom. So that's what you can expect. Gabe gave me a little chalk drawing example so that I understood what they were making. And yeah, that's what we can expect this time. They're still just getting that color overlay ready, which can't quite see up on the screen, but they're over on that left bench. They dropped that molten color on top of the clear bubble, and now they're just working on spreading it back and covering up that clear. So that's all that's happening over there right now. Oh yeah, I don't know if anyone has done this in a little while, but you're allowed to walk around the entire sort of balcony catwalk area as well if you guys want different perspectives of the hot shop. And now we have a view of the left bench up on the screen. And for those who just joined in, welcome into the hot shop. We are working on a shape kind of like this on the ground. They called it a cooling tower shape, so it's got a flat bottom and a flat top. But instead of it just being cylinder, they've got sort of a curve in the waist of it. It's got a sort of waist shape. So that's what we can expect to see for the shape. And it looks like they're using a light blue color for the overall body. This piece is also going to have a lip wrap, which once again is a rim of a different color just around the opening of the piece. And you can use these bowls as reference for the color pattern. We're going to have an opaque color and then a lip wrap, just like these ones. It's just a different shape. Yeah, they were getting tired of bowls because they were making them all day yesterday too. So we've let it cool enough that we're able to start gathering layers of clear over top of this now. So we have built up some mass because of this, and we also do not have the color on the surface of the piece any longer. And then right away we use a block, which is this wooden spoon-shaped tool. This is kept constantly saturated with water, which is inside of that bucket, of course. And this is supposed to create a layer of steam in between the glass and the wood, which both prevents the wood from burning and prevents the glass from cracking from thermal shock or being impacted in any sort of way. So the furnaces in the hot shop, they are all running off of natural gas, first off. And then we do have two different kind of pieces of equipment. So the glass furnace is the tank with the closed door, and that stays at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And that one's consistent. We don't turn it down. Meanwhile, these open face ones, we actually turn off whenever we're done using them, and they get up to about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, well, the buckets behind the bench are filled with water. Yes. Yeah, we keep the wooden tools saturated with water just to make sure they don't burn very much when we use them. Oh yeah, and we just sprayed a little bit of water inside the furnace. We've seen that a couple of times today. And what this is doing is hopefully that water is hitting the surface of the molten glass and it's breaking any air bubbles that have risen to the surface. Those air bubbles, for some reason, they have a hard time dispersing on their own, and so we can get air bubbles in our final product on accident if we don't do that. And we're getting our next layer of clear already. Also, the best way I can describe the glass furnace and how we're using it, even from the very beginning when we have nothing on the end of our pipe, we just make sure that pipe is warm and then the glass is going to want to stick to it. And it's just like gathering out of a jar of honey with like a wooden dowel. All we're doing is we're sticking the pipe inside of the glass and then turning, and it gathers a ball on the end. And it looks like we still did get some small air bubbles. So Gabe is going to pick those out before they are too ingrained in the piece. Oh yeah, and if you guys are curious, that's just a pipe cooler that we used real quick. It's a trough of water that we'll set the pipe down into. And the idea of cooling the pipe is we want to handle it as close to the glass as we can without feeling that heat. It gives us a lot of leverage and it makes it feel a lot lighter. So Gabe is using this pad, which is actually just folded up newspaper soaked with water. And he's kind of guiding how the bubble blows out, which areas he wants thinner, which in this case, in most cases, we want the bottom of the piece to start off thicker so that we have more material to work with at the end. So we're blowing out the shoulder quite a bit. And soon you'll see the jack line created. So we're going in with a pair of jacks, these two metal blades, squeezing down near the pipe, and this is the jack line that I mentioned a moment ago. Basically, this divot or line is kind of like a breaking point. Later on, once we have most of our shape ready, or the lower half of our piece done, then we'll break it off from this point onto another pipe. So you'll notice we've hung the glass down towards the floor quite a bit. And this is just using gravity to shape the glass as well. So if we're making anything long or tall, like a vase or a cup or a cylinder, we'll hang the glass down and let it stretch out into that longer, narrower shape. And to create this cooling tower shape that they're going for, Gabe is going to squeeze this waste in using the newspapers. And once again, we don't want to blow the bottom out too much. If the bottom is thin, then that second pipe we attach later on to the bottom of the piece could break the bottom away when it comes off. So now we've focused all of the heat basically just in the bottom fourth of the piece. And Gabe is using his jacks on the side of the piece to kind of conform to that shape, while Trent pushes a paddle onto the bottom of the piece to flatten it out. So this is the lower half of our cooling tower. We have to mirror this same shape with the upper half as well. But first we have to flip the orientation of the piece. So we will be attaching another pipe to the bottom right here. And Gabe is marking the bottom with a piece of cane using that sharp end. Basically just creating a target for himself for when this bit of clear is brought over and attached right to the center of the bottom. This small clear pad that was just created, this is where we're going to be attaching that second pipe later on. And after some small adjustments, Gabe is ready to attach the punty to the bottom of the piece, which once again, the punty is basically a second pipe that will attach somewhere in order to get access to another part of the piece. In this case, we're just attaching it right to the center of the bottom of the piece, and then we'll fully flip the orientation by breaking it off of its original pipe. And to break it off, we apply water to crack the glass, and then tap the pipe. And that piece of glass comes cleanly off. So right there, Gabe was just trying to center it real quick. Now we'll actually be able to start heating up the opening and opening this up a little bit. I believe that we're still going to do a lip wrap, which I explained earlier is a rim of a different color all the way around the opening, kind of like the bowls on the pedestal right here. And to create that, we leave the opening relatively small, and then we bring over a bit of colored glass and just lightly touch it down on the opening. And then as we turn the pipe, it just follows all the way around. It's pretty satisfying. Using a pair of tweezers, Gabe pulled the opening out, which is mostly just to stretch out this area of the glass. And then he's using a pair of shears to cut all that extra glass away. So this leaves us with a little bit of a thinner opening. So that bit of color has just been brought over. You know, once again, this is just very lightly touched down onto the opening of the piece. And it just follows around, and now we have that lip wrap. And from here, we'll be able to open it up to its full size and finish off the shape. Now this cone-shaped tool, this is called a sophietta. The cone blocks off the opening to the piece itself, and then we use the other end as a mouthpiece to reinflate the glass. So earlier when Gabe was pulling at the glass with the tweezers, this was to thin out the opening, but not necessarily to stretch out this entire section of glass. So we've got our shape back at least a little bit. So something we did with the bowls earlier that we're kind of doing right now is we heat the glass up, then we're using a tool on the outside of the piece and we're spinning the pipe pretty quickly, which creates centrifugal force, kind of an outward pulling force, which is pushing it into that tool and straightening the walls out. So we did that with the bowls earlier to completely flare them open to their full size. And we'll do the same thing, staying on the outside of the piece, except we're using the jacks this time, which of course, this is a much straighter and more solid tool that the glass can push into. So it looks like we are done with this piece, and that means that we're getting ready to break it off and put it away. So we're torching the area where the glass is physically connected to the pipe, so that clear glass on the pipe, until we see some movement in that connection. So we'll heat it up, and once we see that movement, that tells us it's safe to apply the water to crack that connection and break it off. If we don't heat up the surrounding area beforehand, then those cracks can travel through the cold glass. So it's really important that we keep everything warm at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And Trent is getting suited up in these Kevlar gloves and this face shield. He's going to physically pick up this piece off the end of the pipe and carry it to be put away over in the annealer on the left wall. And the annealer's job is to basically just hold it at a warm, steady temperature and then very slowly bring it down to prevent thermal shock. So we're applying that water now. We'll usually apply it in multiple spots. And then once again, we just tap the pipe, and that should pop cleanly off into those Kevlar gloves. All right, let's give them a round of applause for that piece. Thank you. So that is safely inside of the annealer. That means that we won't see that piece again until tomorrow. It has to cool in there for about 8 to 12 hours. And these are store items, once again, so you will see them on the shelves at the Museum of Glass pretty soon. All right, so we have a little bit of a different night kind of happening on the hot shop floor today. So we have a film that we're going to be showcasing either in the hot shop or in the theater. We're not quite sure where yet, but We're going to be showing it at 4, and it's coinciding with the exhibit Walter Lieberman. He's another MC that works here at the Museum of Glass. He talks in the microphone. He's been working with glass much longer. He's been talking about glass much longer than I have, and he creates these impressive chalk drawings, which we have some on display in the gallery, and sometimes he'll even create them on the hot shop floor, part of his educational process. But yeah, we'll have a short movie playing about him pretty soon, and we just don't want to distract from that by making things on the hot shop floor, so we're shutting down and cleaning up. Yeah, thanks for joining us, and you're welcome to sit around and kind of watch the hands-on experiences or just enjoy the warmth or ask questions, but I think we'll all be getting out of here pretty soon.